I thought it was great. I mean, I don't remember anything else. I was 10. I just remember I got to go outside during a hurricane. It might have been at the end of the hurricane, you know? Like, maybe they weren't super irresponsible, but I don't know. That was the babysitters that was, no, it had to be 10 or younger. Because once I hit 10, sometime at 10 years old, I didn't have to go to them anymore. So I might have been even younger than 10. Anyway, that was the babysitters that had a house absolutely infested with roaches the entire time I was there. On the walls, on the floors, across the toilet seat. I learned some phenomenal bladder control. It was a nightmare. It was actually horrible. That place scarred me. I hate roaches now. Like, I get a visceral angry. Like, I get real angry when I see them. Yeah, it was actually really terrible there. I hated it. So anyway, sometimes you wonder how I came close to 40. Well, you know, bad experiences and trauma don't kill you. They just affect you in different ways. Yeah, but like I remember when I was really little, I was like maybe 6. I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding, so I'm just gonna chit chat to you guys for a few minutes. I think it was 6 and I was out there. And I went to use the bathroom and there was a roach crawling across the toilet, and from that day on I never used the bathroom when I was there, and I was there for a long time, so it was horrible. And then I was babysat with 2 of their kids. They were called Jamie and Kimmy. Kimmy was a year older than me, I think, and she was an idiot. She was legitimately a stupid person. Like, she was so stupid. She was just stupid. It's like she had half a brain. And Jamie was like this shit kid. She was just a piece of shit, legitimately. And she always tried to make me feel bad, which worked because I was really nice and very sensitive and just like took the punishment. Anyway, I was really happy when my mom just stopped having me go to the babysitter once I was like 10. I just walked home from school and like took care of myself. Hallelujah. Yeah, I am pretty durable. Thanks, Rasto. My sitting rabbit. You went to sleep, but you might get forced to watch Stranger Things? I've never seen it. I've heard good things about it. Anyway, sorry, there's my traumatic, like, ages 5 to 10 experience. It was real great. Very fun. They also let me watch, like, what, Nightmare on Elm Street and, like, all these horror movies as, like, a 6-year-old. You really shouldn't let 6-year-olds watch that shit. Oh, Cryle died. When'd she die? How did this happen? You can't die, you're the one with the revive. Damn it. Yeah, so don't have kids if you have to take them to like really shitty babysitters. Just putting that one out there. She's good now. Oh man, I have so many horror stories from that babysitter play. God damn, this is so bad. So bad. Anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding just because I want some money. I want to get more equipment. And I need money for that. Well, if you want to just sleep, Fabian, go to sleep. Just say you're tired. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe Kryla's power is just dying at every... Oh, okay, good. I'm trying to remember what happened at the end of the yesterday's stream. I got sad. Galuf died. We got Kryla instead. I guess I probably have to go to Exdeath's castle. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the next plot point of like what I should probably be doing after I finish doing a little grinding. I probably will I'll probably go to Exdeath's castle. See if that's where I'm supposed to go. special attack is really strong. Anyway. What is my Mycelian rabbit? When Setzer does that in 6, it just heals a little bit of hit points. Bees. Yesterday I worked out after stream. I like to wait, like, if Crow's gonna stream, then I wait till he starts stream, so I miss an hour of him talking really, like, obnoxiously loud. So I wait to work out till then, so I did that. I mean, I straight up tell him. It's so, like, he's so loud. The way I'm talking normal volume. He like, I don't want to do it into the mic, because I don't have it set to, like, take how loud he talks. And I can't hear anything. Like, these aren't noise-canceling headphones, and I don't want those. I like my headphones. But I can't hear shit. I can't watch anything. Like, I have to turn it up. That's what it's like. I have to turn it up so loud, and I still hear him. So I'm like, F that. So I was like, hey, you streaming today? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, why? I'm like, I'm gonna wait till you start streaming. I'm gonna work out. It's perfect. That way I don't have to deal with 3 hours of loudness, only 2. And he has the nerve to tell me not to hum when he's streaming, because he can hear it. And I'm like, I can't hear shit. Why do I have... It's just suffering. It's 3 hours of suffering. That's it. It's all it is. Anyway, I'm really annoyed. Today is bitch about things day, apparently. Experience is relatable anyway. I won't trouble you with your childhood. Yeah. No. It's not. I'm not trying to make like a big sad everyone poo-poo, but like as I was talking about my babysitting experience, which was ages 5 to 10, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot how horrendous that was. I completely forgot that was a terrible experience. Whoops. Probably shouldn't talk about that then, huh? Come on, there we go. You didn't think that? I know, okay. I was just making sure. Anyway, the rest of my workout stories, I worked out. I did 30 minutes of cardio. I did it on the highest incline for 20 minutes. And then 10 minutes of walking real fast. And then someone came in. Because I'm always by myself. And I was like, what the? Who is this? And like, they came in as I was trying to steal the fan and move it to the other part of the area, and I was like, oh, oops. So I put it back. I was like, here you go. He's like, oh, I don't need it. I'm like, it's okay. This is where it goes anyway. Sorry. Anyway, and then I just, like, speedily did the rest of my working out. Like, I did it real fast. I was like, I don't like this. I don't know this person. I don't want to be here. I am spoiled by working out by myself. When you stream, I can't hear myself think. When I stream, you can at least put up with me talking. Yeah, that's basically what it is, Resto. And I'm not asking him to do anything different, but I just get really, like, annoyed when he's like, well, you're humming. I can hear it in my headphones. I'm like, how the fuck can you hear anything? I like to hum. It's happy things. It's music. I'm like, fine, I'll never sing in front of you again. Fuck you. Ugh. Anyway, so there were people there, a person there, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. There we go. Alright. A little more grinding, a few more... I can't show... Yeah, I know. How dare I? That's not how he meant it, but that's how I took it, because I was still just like, seriously? Just lock the door. I should work out in the darkness. I have a nice voice. You should be happy you can hear it. I don't though. I don't. You know, I don't have confidence in my humming or singing. But that's the other thing. I do it. I never just hum. I always hum when I'm trying to hit the note. Like I'm trying to learn to sing properly. Like hit notes properly when I hum. It's ridiculous, but I actually do that. Yeah, actually, Luna's that's kind of right. Like, when I'm just happy, I'm like, you know? know, Jay, but if I don't have confidence, I can't have, like, confident comebacks, you know? Well, thank you, Rasto. You were the first person who ever told me that they liked my voice. I remember that. And I was like, what? You were like, your voice is nice. I'm like, okay, thanks. Anyway, how are you guys? I'm sorry. I don't mean to bitch. Alright, so the face, I was like, oh no, I'm getting old, Leonidas, you can't judge me on my face. I'm trying. Thank you. Working out's supposed to make you look younger. I read that somewhere and I was like, oh, more motivation. Okay. Yeah, you tricked me. I was just like, aww. Aww, okay. So I have... The spells are 6,000 each. I want to see if Ranger gets like any good abilities. So I'm gonna see maybe get her to level 4. Just see kind of what comes up. Because I learned animals, I learned aim. And if it's all poop, I'll just try something else out. Samurai, I don't like any of the abilities, really. Like, this is throwing money. I'm not gonna throw money at people. I need that. This is a ninja ability. I also have Mineuchi, which is stuns. But it doesn't seem to always work. Like, I don't know half of when, like, the stuff works. It's not, like, stunned. You just kind of have to guess that the enemy's stunned. I thought there was more. Oh yeah, Shirahadori. Stop enemy attacks. It's not an exclamation point, so it's not like a chosen ability, so I don't know if it's just like an added effect. Like First Strike would be. Just roll a D100, hopefully. Yeah, the game, I think they could have added a few more like signifiers when stuff works. That would be nice. Instead of just like miss. I definitely know it doesn't work when it says miss, but I'm not always sure it's working if it doesn't say miss. Anyway, so Samurai is just like super strong. And Ninja's cool, and this is necessary. I have to make someone like a black mage or a summoner. I have to do this at some point. It might be Ferris. Alright, let's leave. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna keep Bartz as a ninja thief. Alright, is my OBS, like, nothing shifted wrong or anything? Okay, no, it all looks good. Lena mastered equipped katanas. Yay. Zephyrus, how you doing? Welcome. Alright, let's see if I can buy some more stuff. Wah wah. Upsy daisy. And then I'll figure out where I'm going. Ah, Cure Beast. Jesus. Carla's so cute. I love that she has little cat ears. I gotta fix my headphones so they work properly. I think it did. I'll check after the battle. Hold on. Come here. I have to like rubber band my headphones into my... It's my speakers that are all messed up now. The headphone socket. Is loose or something, I don't know. Let's see. Well, this is... Oh my god, she's a little tiger for a berserker. Oh, cute. Oh, adorable. No, this is the only thing that has cat ears. It's the white mage. Okay. Knight looks silly to me. It looks like one of those, like, aerobic instructors, probably just because she has the headband across her forehead. That's cute. This is a sheep. Okay. Cat ears and light? Yes. Alright. I think... I think everybody has... Yeah, Elven Mantle. Except you. No. No. I kind of want to just make her super strong for no reason. That'd be silly. No. Okay. Alright. Excuse me. Excuse me. Air knife. Can be enchanted. Ew. I mean... I'm gonna buy one of these. We'll just see how it looks. I like the... Okay, 51... 56. But Dancing Dagger's so silly. Hi, Ansa, how are you doing? I could give Dancing Goddamn. Yeah, no politics. Hold on. Is a dagger better? Okay, a dagger is better. I mean, I don't know if I should, Oh, bye. No, I won't. This is good enough. I got my magic. That's right, all my money has to go to magic, because I can't afford any of it. I don't think I'm gonna make anyone old. I don't know, I feel like, well, this game, the status effects do kind of seem to work more often than other games. I probably need that. These are the ones I want to get, because I think Mystic Knight can use them too. Alright, I need to... I mean, that's fairly... yeah, I can see that being the same word. Alright, I'm gonna just figure out where I need to go. I'll get money that way. Can I leave here with my dragon? Oh, I can. This wasn't open. Okay. I was like, oh my god, I missed such an obvious opening to get in here. No, this wasn't here. Jesus. Oh, I did go to the... I went back to the castle. I miss obvious things quite often, so I was like, ah, shit, I did it again. I went back to this castle, the one with the, zombie dragon that like I can't kill because this place here. I went in here off stream. Don't tell Antraz. And that's where all like the super special weapons are, and I can't get them yet because I'm assuming I have plot stuff to do. All right. You assume he hasn't gotten the Twitch notification yet since he isn't here? Oh, everybody's dead. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be here now. I mean, I assume he has a life and he's doing stuff. You want to say he didn't pay attention before? I know why you're saying it. But I remember going around that continent quite a few times. I'm like, there's no way in here. And then I had to use the submarine to get in here, so. Exodus on the top floor. Exodus just waltzed through. We were completely powerless against him. Sock X-Death won for us. Ugh, so strong. We couldn't do a thing. Can I go in here? He said he didn't get a notification? Okay. Oh. He conveniently has this healing water. Thanks. Well, I mean, I post I'm live on Discord, on Twitter. I mean, I do. That's the whole point, is to at least try to have a schedule where I start at the same time, you know? Yeah, well. Oh, wait, Kryl. Kryl. Ooh. Okay, whew. Reflect Mage. Fire Aga, okay. Ha! You can't hurt me with thunder, apparently. Can I steal anything? No. $15? Let's do it. Faster. True, but they call it thunder. And I don't know why. Do I have like thunder immunity? Lena has fire absorption. Okay, get an ether, right? Yeah, flame shield. Shield absorbs fire attacks. Elemental shields. So good. So good. Okay, your stats are nice. Ooh, treasure. Do it. Find passages? Can I just... Oh, never mind. I don't need to... I figured it out. Whee! Blind wolf? Why are the enemies just so goddamn tanky with no damage output? Well, to be fair, I don't know if my damage output's the best. I mean, I got a ninja that can't stop dancing. They do 50 damage and thousands of points. Well, the damage is on me. You know, I'm trying not to die, so I have good defense, I think. Also, hi Sinclair, how you doing? And they're probably stuck in this tower forever. They live and die in this tower. Can only do so much. Look at this lizard. It has 2 heads, no butt. Oh shit, I gotta fold my clothes from the dryer, crap. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was like, that's rude. Poor blind wolf. Diamond shield. Alright, I bought all the shields. I don't even... Can you wear a shield? Ranger, you better have some badass abilities. I could just look it up. No, I won't. I won't do it. Today. Alright, I'll do some battles, get some XP, dance a little, make some money. Maybe it really doesn't like the butt stuff? Who doesn't like butt stuff? The lizard? Whoa! Arise is life 2, I think, which means you get revived with full hit points. Raise, arise, and I'm assuming re-raise, which means when you die, you come back to life. It's just something you need when you are playing Final Fantasy VI and you're in the Fanatics Tower. I don't want to deal with these guys. Oh. This is not the way this is not what I'm supposed to be doing, I guess. Maybe I have to go downstairs. Oh well. Wee! Wasn't this way? Oh, dead end, huh? Cryle, where are you going? There's nothing in here.
No, there is. All of this is an illusion created by X-Death.
What? Are you certain?
Grandpa, give me strength.
I see. Galuf has fallen as well. Dorgan, Zizat, and Galuf have all shuffled off this mortal coil. I fear I haven't much longer either. Lord Kelger! The time for that longest of rests draws closer. Everybody's dying. Who goes there? Galuf? Galuf, is it you? What? Cryle is... Galuf, I understand. Everyone, lend me your strength. Lord Kelger! We must tear down the illusion X-Death has created. This is my last wish and my final command. Send all your power to X-Death's castle. Oh no! Lord Kelger! You were doing a spirit bomb or a Sailor Moon thing?
I see, Grandpa. And a wolf man.
It must be Kelger.
Their power. Everyone's power is...
Oh. Oh, this is not... Oh. I like it the other way better, please. I don't like pulsating walls. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Thanks, Galif. Floor 4. Magic Dragon. Ooh. Ooh. I missed. Kenku was questioning the big mouth demon, but the walls are way worse. Look, the big mouth demon was off, like, putting, like, the first time I was fighting him, and I was like, ugh. Then he grew on me, and I'm like, okay, intimidating. He's literally sucking me into a void. Cool. But I've never ever been a fan of, like, weird pulsating walls. Oh. If you ever play Breath of Fire 2, you end up going into somebody's body. Like, you shrink down and do that. And, it's very pulsating-y. I guess not so bad because I'm used to it, but it's a little off-putting when you're first in. You're like, oh, oh my. See, Tempting Tango's nice, except he has 2 attacks, so he immediately charms them and then immediately attacks them and uncharms them, which kind of sucks. Oh, that's a switch? Okay. Well, let's hope there's some good equipment in here. Ooh, a nice shield. Boo's Fury? I mean, it's definitely a common, like, RPG aesthetic. You get, like, a desert place, a weird pulsating dungeon place, you wear a shield? No. Meow, meow. I kinda want you to wear a shield now. Alright. I love the freaking mantle. So good. Hellraiser, so that's what the bunny is. Oh shit. I don't know, maybe I should get the dancing dagger off of him. I feel it's a little cheap to have the map, because it definitely shows you where the treasure chests are. The bunny rabbit, I'm told, is... Oh, that rabbit, sorry. I was thinking of a different rabbit. Is there a reason this is like this? Oh. I have no idea. Okay, their defense is poop. WoW on stream last year and said that one of the rabbits in game is a reference to the rabbit from Monty Python. Oh man, I have not played WoW in a very, very, very long time. Damn it! Last time I played WoW was like on a private server. Like you pay like $5 to get like 60 levels or something. So I did that. It was actually kind of fun. And then I got bored and stopped playing. There we go. It was a good time waster. I played WoW without people. Like it was, I don't know how it is now, but it was like a game you had to pair up with people and do like dungeons, and just even some normal quests had to be done in a group, and I absolutely and utterly refused. I was like, no, I'm doing this all by myself. So I was a night elf druid, and because you could turn into a panther. You had different attack forms, like panther was like roguelike. I don't remember any of the other forms. Anyway, whatever. This is like 20 years ago. A long time ago, but I got pretty far on my own. I did have to group up for like some instances and stuff, but that was the last resort. And then because I could turn into like a seal or something underwater, I could mine it was like blue pearls or something, and then I'd sell them on the auction house for a lot of money. So I'd be making money. Oh yeah. Anyway, ever since I found out Blizzard is a shit company with horrendous neckbeard incel rapists, I threw away my WoW games. I was like, well, I'm never gonna play this anyway, so I might as well just throw this shit out. So I threw it out. I was like, if I ever need to play it, I'll just steal it. That seems fair. Hypothetically. I'll hypothetically steal it. Shit. Ooh. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Move to Final Fantasy 14 and you should just play together. You find, honestly, I started playing Final Fantasy 14 because Crow wanted to, and this is when I still lived at home. And I was like, sure, I'll take literally anything to be able to talk to the person I like, because they doesn't talk to me ever. Anyway, so I did play it for a few months, and I actually did enjoy it. It was fun. The community seemed really nice. You could pretty much do everything by yourself if you wanted to. Jesus. I mean, there were some things you had to group up for, but it didn't seem so bad. And, yeah, I enjoyed it. $15 a month is still too much for me to pay monthly for something I just find leisurely kind of fun. If it was $5 a month, I'd still have it. Then Crow just stopped playing it one day, and he never told me, and so I kept playing it. And I was like, okay, I can't afford this, so. Anyway, long story short, Final Fantasy 14 is pretty nice. Is this lava? Yep. See if I can cheese my way through it. Bander Quirrell. Ahaha! So smart. Yeah, so 14 has a habit of just taking from all the other Final Fantasies and doing, like, putting it in there. I remember it's like, I think you have to fight Kefka, and I mean, I used the Ultros fight in 14 from what I could find online. Hey. As actual reference when I was sculpting him. I was like, oh shit, this is perfect. Oh wow. Bow that sometimes shoots multiple arrows at once. Alright. Go back to animals, I guess. This actually also makes me want to know if I can put her in the back. So yeah, I did see that. I thought that was kind of cool. Pay attention. Shit! Adamantite golem. Okay. Animals! Yes. Was the giant mech they were saying was a Magitech Knight? A reference to it? Yeah, I joined the game and I called myself Magitech Knight. And then people started trying to roleplay with me, and I was like, no, I'm new, I don't know what's going on. And they're like, you're in for a surprise, Magitech Knight. And I was like, and the surprise was that there were Magitech Knights and Magitech stuff in the game, and I was like, oh, I accidentally named myself after the bad guys. Oops. That was about it. I mean, technically, yeah, the Magitech stuff's always been bad guys, but... No! Who are you? You. Well, I specifically took the name from Sally's from 6. She was a bad guy. And then she unbad guyed herself. I don't think I want to fight these adamantite golems. They're tough. Can I steal? Can I? No, I can't. Poison rod. Ooh. Okay. There we go. I think if you play Final Fantasy 6 and stream a few more times, I might finally be able to pick up on the complete story instead of bits and pieces. Of what, the game or my name? Both. Okay, that's fair. Well, the game plot's fairly simple. I don't want to fight these dudes. They're strong. There's an evil empire. And they want all the magic. Or they found espers and magic from an old 1,000-year-old war. And, yes. And they've been trying to figure out how to extract magic and give it to people as soldiers. And they did that to Celie since she was a general, and that's why she has natural magic, which means she... I don't want to fight these guys either. She can learn magic without any espers on her. Not a lot. She learns just a few spells. Hers are ice-based. I think Terra is fire. And Terra is half esper, half human, so she naturally has magic too. Anyway, so the evil empire, evil Castalian empire is trying to, you know, slowly take over everything with their magic tech knights and fighters and magic, and then you start as Terra. Well, you start as Terra, and you're controlled by the Empire because you were taken as a baby. And you have like a slave crown on, you can't control yourself, you go to Narsh, or Narshi, and you fight your way through, and then something happens, and she gets separated, and the crown gets off of her, and then you get to control her. You end up joining the Returners, which is like the people who are fighting against the Empire. That's the beginning of the story. Abductor, eh? Shut up, Resto. That's terrible. That is a horrible... I'm not even gonna say it. It's a horrible joke. Pun. Anyway, so you start meeting all the Returners. And you try to figure out, you know, what the Empire's up to. And all the stuff that happens with that. And you realize what they're trying to do. Trying to find the realm of espers. Because they're the ones that are, you know, different creatures and whatnot that have magic. Jeez, that was a lot of attacks. So they're trying to find that realm. And we're trying to stop them. What? I'll try this again, I guess. Anyway, that doesn't go so well. And then you end up destroying the world by accident. Iron Fist. Oh, I'm just gonna have... Are you gonna cast Cure? No. They have a counter. Because they're monks, obviously. Okay, this makes sense. Ooh, a whole potion! Wowie wooey! Jeez! That is some beautiful attack power. So excited. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I figured it out. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Oh, she dodged. Bees. Yeah, get taken out by bees. Alright, let's try to... Yo! What? Oh no. No, 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 no! I can't escape? Can I kill this guy? How did you land damage? What is your weapon? Hi, Anatras, how you doing? Attack him again. What? What? Alright, let's try this again. And I just want to get to... Oh, is this? I figured it out. I didn't see the skull there. Alright. I just thought I walked up to the place and then walked some more, and I don't know. Ice brand. Ew. Can you wear this? Wear this? Can you wear this? Can you use it? Knight and Freelancer. Yeah, I don't have either of those. No! Stupid. I like that her Morningstar has some weird, super defense ignoring thing. Kotetsu! Kotetsu? Short katana forged for ease of use. Oh, I'm glad I didn't buy that dagger then. Alright, one more time. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, no, please, please. No, I didn't have a kotetsu. I was gonna buy an air knife for her because it was better, but I was like, I don't wanna. And I'm glad I didn't. I don't have... Oh shit, oh my god. I forgot about this. Oh, jeez. Has MP use. Does not have MP use when I'm in my menu. That's bullshit. Awesome. Well, whatever. Oh, beautiful. Alright, never mind. I didn't need to do any of that. Yeah, in battle only, apparently. That's really useful. Thanks. Alright, that's good enough. Float and teleport are too close to each other and it makes me nervous. That's not cheating! I don't see why it would be different if you're doing it in or out of battle. I don't want to fight red dragons. I want to leave, please. Thank you. Oh my god. What? That is just the biggest bullshit I ever did see. That's such bull. Oh my god. There's nothing but red dragons in here? Stop. Don't move. See, I thought it stopped, right? It didn't say miss, but no, apparently he's not stopped. No, I didn't go back and check any of the Atomos things. You can tell me if you want. Whatever I cobbled together worked, so I was happy. Did I? No, because I died. These guys are annoying. Money! Okay, oh. The confused people run away? Oh, okay, they do. That looks like a summon. Floor is lava, but if you cast float, you ain't touching the lava. Miss. This is... You don't remember if you ever did that? I tried it, and it worked, so I'm happy about that. This fight's not worth my... I forget these rabbits revive, and I don't feel like dealing with that. I will hydrate in just a second. Thank you. Is this a... Meow, meow. Was a float spell when you were a kid stuck standing on the couch with nowhere to jump to? You know what? I'm with you. I want a float spell right now. Every time I have dreams where I'm like moon jumping, you know, like moon gravity, it's so nice. They're the nicest dreams. Hey, hi Q, how are you doing? Hi Melissa, how are you doing? What's up? How is everybody? Welcome to my super chill going through Xdeath's castle stream. Money. This is a very chill stream right now. I don't want to fight these guys. Because they counterattack. Today we had some snow, which was... honestly, it was kind of nice to wake up to. I like waking up to snow because it's... obviously snow makes everything super bright. And in winter, it's usually so dark and gloomy. How do I get over there? Oh well. Anyway, the snow's done though. No snow? It's the most snow I've seen in a while. I used to like Connecticut snow, where you get a whole bunch. Like, you know, a foot. 22 inches. This is, I didn't go outside, but it was probably like 3 or 4. Oh wow, Jay. Oh yeah, I'm sleepy too. I don't mean to be, but... rude! But I definitely am. Twin Lance, that's for Dragoon, right? Oh, ninjas? Can you use lances? Dagger Infused was... oh, wait, no, this. Special lance that cuts enemies twice. Do I want to stop dancing? Just... I mean, I think I have to stop dancing. If you're sleepy... no nap? Well, why don't you, get, like, comfy and just kind of relax. Oh, you have a meeting? Yeah, that's not fun then. How is float cheating? It's an option available to me. I think I'll, no more dancing. Sorry. Then gym, then cardio. Those are 2 separate things? What do you do for your gym routine? I want to know. What do you do? How much do you do? I know you actually like work out, right? Whoa. Whoa. I didn't mean to get straight to this area. Oh, if I die, I have to do all this again. I'll join you if you're stronger than me. Come on, show me what you got. This is fine. Okay. You can't unreflect reflected things. Sorry, oh, I'm thinking about stuff. 5-day split. So that means you do one thing. Quads, glutes, chest, bicep, back, tricep, ham, glutes, shoulders. Okay, so you do something different every day. Aha. And then you do cardio 3 days. How much cardio do you do? I don't speak gym, so I have to translate it. Ah yes, I do also do cardio for 30 minutes. I hate it. What kind of cardio do you do? Alright, this is strong stuff, so... Ooh, I got a reflect ring. Oh, that's what I do. I power walk on an incline. I hate it. Alright, I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing now. Sorry. I'm gonna yell about gym stuff afterwards. Shell is magic, so your magic is... defense is atrocious, so... we need to shell you. I just kinda have to... Carbuncle is not an elemental. Ooh! 3 damage. Okay. Shall you? This thing has reflect, so I can't... I mean, I guess I can put reflect on me and then reflect off of me onto them if I want to do stuff, but I just like powering through it all, so we'll just do this. High rep lifting is like cardio? How much weight do you do for stuff? Shit. I work out by myself. I have no frame of reference for anything, so you're here to help me now. Welcome to my stream, Melissa. Thank you for helping me. Sorry. I'm stopped? Shithead. I'm missing. Banish? Bullshit. Bull. I can't get my part. Oh, okay, hold on, sorry. You start a 3-day split if you ain't no lifter, but you probably have lots of muscle memories from gymnastics. All I do is I do 30 minutes of cardio, and then I do like leg thingies, and then I do push-ups, and then I do squats, and then I do sit-ups, and then I do like bicep curls, and then shoulder thingies, and then I leave because I'm upset. Leg thingies, you sit down and you have like a little weight right here, and you go whoop. This, and then you switch it over and you go whoop. Leg thingies. I do leg thingies. Alright, hold on. Pause this because I don't want to die. I could also return to the beginning of battle and try this again. I could... No, that is terrible cue. I need my goddamn party members. Hold on, I'm thinking. This is making me nervous now. Is Comet reflectable? Alright, let's... Fine. I could play your own game. You eat my party member, and I will reflect stupid stuff. No! No, 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 don't banish my party member. No, 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 no. Shall reflect. Is it reflectable? Shit. Stop missing. What the fuck? How do you like silence? You're still reflect, right? Shall reflect. Yeah! Feel bad, Carbuncle. You're stupid. Give me back Ferris! Such a bullshit spell! Banishes X-Zone, and that is dumb. Alright, Melissa, continue with gym talk. I need to learn stuff vicariously from you. Please and thank you. I teach you stream. You teach me workout stuff. You kids are strong after all. This could be good for a laugh. Meow. Oh, cute. I was watching you play, Celeste. Like last week. Briefly. Do you like the game? Now you're gonna have to explain what that means too, because I only know gymnastics terms. Alright, I got Carbuncle. Cute story, solid controls, good graphics. I really like the die and just immediately just keep trying mechanic. I think that's really... It makes the game being hard not a terrible thing. You know what I mean? Because you just continue trying. I think that's nice. Okay, workouts that use more than one muscle. Alright, that makes sense. I'm learning. Yes, no, so not like my leg thingies, which just do like one muscle. I gotcha. Okay. Also, Melissa, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm just being, I'm being sassy. I'm being a sassy butt face. Oh, Ferris is dead. That aspect was really well balanced. It was. You like this stuff? Okay, then feel free. You don't actually even do it in chat now. You can just, you know, put it in Discord too if you want. You can even send just links to stuff. I'm just... Oh, I went this way. This is where it came from. I saw you and I was like, oh, that's right, working out. She knows stuff. Yellow dragons, no. They're good isolation movements? Okay. I just want to leave. Please let me leave. Wait, hold on. Also, hi Badia. Hi Tony Otter. How you guys doing? I'm trying not to die. This is making me nervous. Hold on. I know you like to work out, OJ. I never had it in the point of view that you were like a workout person. I'm gonna die because I wanted to run away from this battle. Alright, fine. Excuse me. You know, if that makes sense, it wasn't like a... It wasn't meant as a bad thing. Yeah, this is only in battle. I can't summon Carbuncle, Resto, because no one is a summoner in here. I have a weird, like, ragtag band of people. It's a weird assortment. Okay, you have to stay alive. Animals! Hi, be slow. And bees. I could get... Yes, okay. Okay, anyway. You can help better if you have a list of things. I just want information. Whatever you feel like sharing. I should have healed. Oh yeah, you have to go to the meeting. I'm sorry. Go to your meeting. hope your meeting is fast and painless. Alright, so that heals for like 200. Okay, I can do that. Thank you. That's a lot of XP. Alright, so the game doesn't let me... run away from the wagons. Wait. Did I come from this way? I can't remember now. I did because... That's right. This... disappears because Hey! Ha, oh, ha, ha. There we go. I guess I could just fight. Anyway, it finally got to the point where I can do some cardio now and I don't immediately want to die, which is nice. Okay, that's good too. I hope I get another save point. Yep, I do. Yay. I need more of these things. Thanks, game. Let's see. If I'm fighting X-Death, are there any clues I gotta learn from him? I don't really care. Can't give fun facts about the game I'm playing. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you could do after I beat the game, where I'm like, oh, neat, you know, let the floodgates open, let it all out. Oh, well, thank you, Resto, but that has nothing to do with the game. I have 10s. I'm just, you know, I'm gonna stick with animals. It's silly and I like it. Yeah, I have 3 tents and 3 cottages, so. It's empty. Bye. I should probably... Partisan. Okay, so that's Dragoon. Fuma Shuriken. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Not key items. The sword is super annoying. That's a throwing thing, right? I can't. Yeah, okay. Oh. Well, shit. Maybe I make her... Hold on, I'm thinking. I mean, I like her bow. Oh, Dancing Dagger's good though. I can make you... I can make you dance. So it can be enchanted? Alright. We're gonna be silly. This is probably a really bad idea. Okay, let's just... Oh shit! Ah, jeez. Not Gilgamesh again. Haha. Looking for something? Well, guess what? You pressed the button and didn't read the rest of the text. Dummy. No! Oh, stinky butt. Mallet? Hold on. I like the music, so I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Or I'm gonna turn it down. We'll figure it out. Oh, we're gonna turn it up really loud. We're gonna turn it up too loud, sorry. Something else still is there. Okay. I want to silence you. Thank goodness I did this max volume. This game's really loud, so I need you to wake up. Did I put the spotlight on? Oh no, I'm little. Hold on. This is really annoying. Hi there, Robson. How you doing? Thank you. Silence. Oh my god, I forgot. That's right. Bart's had 2 weapons. Dude, totally in this game, I still have it like at 2/3 volume. How do I wake you up? Everyone's hasted. Nobody's floating, and that makes me nervous. I don't know. Just in case. Needs hit points, I didn't notice that. As long as you stay silenced, we're good. The music's so good. They did a really great job on the music. Level halved. How do I undo that? Okay, I guess that's just permanent. I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. understanding that. I will pound you silly. You talk too fast, Gilgamesh. See. What happened to that old spry fellow?
He fought X-Death and...
I see. Enough expository banter. Now we fight like men and ladies. And ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it's morphing time. Let's see how good this Excalibur really is. Whoa! Oh no! Whoa! Whoa! Can I put shell on you guys? Oh, Gilgamesh, you strong big boy. Have at you! Okay, let me beat. You can tell me after I beat this. He's not doing any damage. It's okay. We're just shelling. Haste, blink, protect. Wait, not we're doing protect. He's old. Oh, you're old! That's why you're not doing shit. Yeah? Why, I've been had. I feel so betrayed. This is far from being the strongest of swords. Gilgamesh. Ugh. Oh, Gilgamesh, you're in trouble. Oh! You worthless fool. For your continued bungling, I banish you from this dimension. What? No! Anything but that. Silence. Oh my god, Gilgamesh. It was cast into the void. No! No! I liked Gilgamesh. He was my sassy, like, villain antagonist. Oh no! Excalibur. Hi Jack, if you Google them, there are more detailed sprites of the main characters trying to search for fairish. Oh, no. No. Oh my god, he just got banned. That's so rude. My god. Alright, sorry. You never had his character besides this part? I don't know. I like Gilgamesh. Or I liked him. I'm assuming he's gone forever now. That was mean. I gotta go save. Also, I got a bunch of Genji stuff, which... Yes. It's Enkidu and Gilgamesh. It's an old epic poem. How do I know this? Star Trek? From, it was Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. I'm sorry, that's how I know. We learn our information all different ways, okay? Excalibur. Wow, it's really good though. The legendary holy sword. Or is it? Knight, freelancer, mystic knight, blue mage, red mage. I want to be mystic knight. Oh. Hey, you know it from school? That's a good way to know it. Alright. A helmet that prevents confusion in the mini status. Knight, dragoon, samurai. Okay, samurai. That's good. Glove, I'm assuming is here, yep. Glove that prevents paralysis and the toad status. You can't wear the Genji glove. It's just you. By playing AoE, you learn how you learn, you know, like what? This dodges though, and I really like it. Alright. Let me get out of here real quick. Has he played the campaign? Look, it's there to be read. Alright, some people will read it. Alright, Ferris having the silence thing is actually really important, so I'm gonna keep that. Oh, did they? They created the first convertible. Wow. Is Gilgamesh really gone? Rhetorical question. Okay, now I fight X-Death? I'm here to fight you, you stupid, shitty poop face. Are there treasures? No. He will live in our hearts forever. Gilgamesh is amazing. It's time to fight, men and ladies that dress like men. Oh, do not interfere. X-Death, no way we'll let you get away with this. Have you even the slightest idea what I plan to get away with? What? Well, no, but you all fight so fiercely, yet have no idea of the truth. Allow me to enlighten you. I will return the earth to how it used to be. You mean you'll turn it to a world full of evil? Believe what you wish. Simple-minded fools such as yourself could never hope to understand my motives. It matters not. I will tolerate no more interruptions. You killed Galif, you shitty son of a bitch! Fuck you! No, I need that one. Shit. Okay, that's if I'm floating. I forgot to take off the damn dagger. Shit. I feel like I'm gonna lose this battle. Oh. On my... Come on, headphones. Hit him with your dagger. You can't tempt X-Step, can you? No. You bitch. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, that is... Zombie is absolutely horrible. Okay, I need to do this. You're not even hasted. No one's hasted anymore. Obviously, silencing you is not working. Oh! Shit. I might need to gain a level so I don't have to deal with that flare again. Oh my god, why do you hurt for so much? Please don't do that spell again. Thanks. No, you know what? I need... Can you Flare is usually not reflectable. X-Step. Yeah, he's cool looking. He's kicking my ass. Magic? Oh, you need to change your row. I need to change my row on everybody. I forgot about that. Except you. You're in the proper row? You are not in the proper row? Become living dead. Who is the living? You are the living dead. I have to take that goddamn shit off. Where are your hit points at? Shit. I need to float again. You keep putting me down on the floor. Ah, I'm dead. All right. Christ. I should have gotten more Phoenix Downs. Obviously, I did not do that. Poo-poo on me. Everyone gets to be fast. Don't die. Oh, it's so tedious. How about if I just drain you then, huh? Dispel. I know you're gonna do Quake. There's no reason for you to have that freaking 100 Gs. Haste. Shell. Oh, come on! I worked so hard to get all the stuff on her. This is terrible that my level's a multiple of 3. It's very upsetting. I need to... Oh. The police are coming to get you. How do you like that, X-Death? Did I die? I did. How'd you miss? No! Okay. Wowie. Wowie wee woo. How's everybody hit points? Okay, just attack fair is fine. Whatever. Like, he's going to flare me, and then I'm going to die, and it's going to be upsetting. Shit. You really don't like Ferris, do you, huh? Jesus! I got nothing out of it. Oh no, the crystals! They're breaking apart. Speedrun's still on? Yes, this is definitely a speedrun. So speedrunny. Okay, we didn't die. Yeah, the first one was broken by Galuf, actually. Oh. Look! Is that Castle Tycoon? We're back home? Hey, we're trying. We're... That's right. We get some weird Uber blended map, right? I'm gonna use this. And then oh, we're all level 30. Yeah, that's definitely dividable by 3. Oops. Alright. You take that terrible knife off. Does no one hear the Inspector Gadget? What part was the Inspector Gadget? Which part's supposed to be Inspector Gadget? I don't hear anything Inspector Gadget-y. No. Okay, so now we got Crazy Wacky World. That was fast. They weren't the same level at one point in your runs? There's a little jingle right between the songs. Safe journey to you. Is everything okay here? Princess Lena, Princess Sarissa, welcome home. Father, The king's passing was a great loss. However, we must do our best to continue on without him. Furthermore, Princess Sarissa has returned. When we thought her dead, it is a cause for celebration. Sarissa, my true name. Yes, my lady. The name Papa gave me. Hey, what are you doing? Preparations for the banquet are complete. Of course, your acquaintances are welcome to attend. Imagine a level 1 death spell. That would be terrible. What? You want me to go out there dressed like this? Are you mad? Come now, princess. Oh, she's a lady. Oh, she's gorgeous. Wow, she really is. Bartz, stop that.
Bartz, I think you're blushing.
I am not. Aw, poor Cryle. Oh, I can move. Dance, dance, get down and boogie! Oh, sorry. It seems that Tycoon can finally return to the glory days of old. I want to see that. Oh, okay. That's my favorite kind of dance, too.
Grandpa.
Hey, Cryle. How are you holding up?
Alright. It's just not so painful anymore, but I just feel so anxious. It's like Grandpa is fussing at us to hurry somewhere.
I might have an idea. Come on, let's go.
Huh? What?
We're back in my world. There's gotta be a reason for that, right? Let's find out what it is.
Okay.
I like how calm they are about this. I would like to see... Okay, I guess... Okay. Bye.
What about Ferris and Lena?
No way they can slip away right now. The Chancellor is greatly relieved to see the princess's return. If only Princess Lena would stay here. She's a princess, she can do what she likes. Meow 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 meow. Hello. A legend has it 1,000 years ago the skies over Tycoon were rent to thunder.
Oh, the King's Windrake is alive! That's wonderful!
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave this place. Artwork of Cryle? Like, official art? I beg your pardon. I was just rushing over to tell everyone the bridge over to the Western River is complete. I've never looked any up, I'm sure it's some. Boko might still be over in that cave to the west.
Boko?
He's my chocobo, and my best friend.
Oh, really?
What, you don't believe me?
Well, you're so poor at riding windrakes.
Hey, you cheeky little... You just karate chopper?
Ow! Take this!
Yes. Jeez, I can't win against this kid. That's right. That 10-year-old's gonna kick the shit out of you. Or 12-year-old, however she is. I don't know. New file, just in case. Well, when I become a wise old man, when I become a wise old woman, I will also talk about the legends of something. Alright, oh yeah. I'll figure out where I'm going. Somewhere this way. And the meteorite's gone. Well, I never. What's down here? There's so much more stuff. God damn it. Hi, Electricite, how you doing? Alright, whatever. Only plebs walk around the world like this. I need my modes of transportation. Also, there's no battles. Pretend to be wise while just spouting absolute bullshit to see if people believe you. That might explain a lot of people nowadays. Boko! Boko!
Quack! Hello, I'm Cryle.
Huh? You speak Chocobo?
Just a little. I think he wants to introduce us to someone. Huh? For real? He says this is his wife. Her name's Coco.
Boko, you've been busy, huh? Listen, Boko, I've got a favor to ask.
Quit. He says he already knows.
Really?
He guessed you'd be leaving on another journey.
Boko, is that okay? I know you've settled I know you've settled down now with your wife. What's he saying?
He says that he loves her.
Boko.
And that while he's away to take care of the chicks.
Chicks?
Coco has little ones on the way. She says she'll be waiting here for him.
Coco, thanks. And don't worry, we'll come back safe. Oh no.
Quit.
Last time I checked, Boko was injured. I didn't know he had a wife and made a family. Oh my god! Bye! You're having a bad day? You slept through your appointment so you'd be lurking? Okay, I'm sorry, Slag. I hope you feel better. You can look at, Chocobo Butt. Look, Wiggly Chocobo Butt. Isn't that cute? Oh my god, so cute. This is adorable. He who sleeps beneath the tree misses the flying fish. What does that mean? You will understand when the time is right. Yeah, like that. Alright. Oh yeah, the bridge that way is fixed now. Okay. Twitch is always notifying me about stuff. What now? What do you want to tell me? Join the Moments beta. Reward your viewers for watching live. Yes, I know I'm in the beta for that, and it's not something I'm interested in. Thanks. Could have put me in the beta for anything else. Oh, I didn't mean- oops. You can tell when I click back on the screen. Okay. Can I go this way? No. Alright, so both the worlds, so Galuf's world and Bart's world, have now combined. They've become one. Where am I going? How do I get over there? Oh, I guess I can't get over there. Can I? Isn't that nice? A little butt wiggle? Beep. I can't go here because I'll lose my chocobo, so alright. Let's just go this way then. Alright, this is Castle Tycoon. And now we have a path. Okay, alright. Can you cross? You could cross rivers? You could always do that? Shit. I did not know. It's not lewd, it's cute. This is a married man chocobo. You can't ludify him. He's got a family on the way. He's only lewd for his wife. Dirty, dirty people. What is this? Where am I going? Oh! Oh, I want that. Them's the rules, alright? I can't believe I would remind you guys. No looting married chocobos. Okay, I can't go that way. This is good to know. Okay, I guess I have to go this way. I mean, yeah, you can lootify anything. It's... Okay. Okay. Oh, no, no, okay. Not yet. Let's see if the townsfolk has noticed things are weird. Also, I only have 2 party members. Shit. Hi, guys! Yes. No one has noticed the world has... Did you hear they found Tycoon's missing princess? Yes. Some strange cave appeared in the west. I heard tell that there was a mutant turtle in there. Oh, is it my turtle friend? I need items. Not this shit, though. Thank you. Yes, this is my first playthrough. I know most people don't, and this is not, I'm not attacking you at all. Most people do not look at, like, if they're on desktop, the tags and stuff. Oh, I don't have first playthrough on there. Never mind. Usually I have first playthrough on there. But yes, it's a first playthrough. I know, like, a few things. Like, I knew Galuf was gonna, you know, die. I was still very sad. I just didn't know how. I know, I knew there were, like, a few worlds. I think there's 3. I think this is the combined world. And, and something about Bahamut. I don't really remember. I think just him being really tough. It's the extent of my knowledge of the game, more or less. You'd think me watching, like, Final Fantasy Fiestas, I would actually take in what's going on, but I don't. I just listen to the music. I'm just making sure there's suddenly no amazing weapons here. No. Okay. That's... Okay, I get it. I gotcha, but if you ever need me to explain the plot better than I just did, like, half an hour ago for 6 or Chrono Trigger, I can do it. It's very easy. Well, it's because this one wasn't really... So 4 and 6, which was originally 2 and 3 when it was released in the US, was released in the US. They skipped 5 completely. So the only way I played this game was a fan translation on an emulator when I was like 14. And I know I got really far. I literally remember nothing about it. I just have a vague memory of Bahamut and it being poopy. And then they released this game for... They released it in the anthology? They might have. And I know they put it on Game Boy Advanced. But like it kind of missed its original, what you would consider like release date. So it's not played as much. But, you know, so far it's really fun. Super charming and silly. I enjoy it. I know there's like a 4-job fiesta. So, like, I guess you just get assigned 4 jobs and that's what you have to play through in this whole game kind of thing as a challenge when you want to do something new. But, or 5-job fiesta? 4-job? 5-job? I don't know. Alright. Oh shit, what is with all these holes? Ow!
If you hadn't been writing so fast...
Boko, I say this is all your fault.
Quack! Quack quack!
Oh, I have a headache, I shouldn't do this. There's no words.
Door Robson, thank you!
Thank you so much! I will assume you're saying, Magitech, thank you. Thank you for explaining Final Fantasy V and its lack of popularity. You're welcome, no problem. Glad to be of service. But thank you. Sorry.
Don't take it out on him. There's nothing he could have done. Martz, what's that?
Oh no. Thank you. We are fighting an antlion! Ah! I don't know this. He's gonna kill me. He's really strong, and I don't think I Okay. He didn't say there was okay. Oh shit. What happened? I wasn't paying attention. Crap. There was actually nothing there. Like if I look at it, it just has there are ups and donated $10 and then like nothing and they're not even like little 3, so sorry. I'm sorry the robot man ate your heart. He does that sometimes. He's lonely. Protect? Protect. Meow, meow. So the 2 ladies are princesses and they're at the castle and doing castle-y things. Oh. Testing. Thank you! What do you think for the $1? Robot Man did okay, British Robot Man did do that at least. I got distracted and just did cure. Oh! Oh shit, ran away. Come on. It might be an anti-spam thing? I do have it so, like... But it's usually, like, if you write, you know, 10 of the same word, he'll only say it, like, 4 times or 5 times. So I don't know what that... I don't know what that is. Sorry. Stuck in a monster's nest. Great. Just great.
I don't think it's very great at all. Now what'll we do? Quay.
Yeah, it's not showing. It's not. It's just, all it says is testing under there, so I don't know.
Quay.
Can we climb back up? Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Gimme. Someone is messing with us. Do you promise never to pull something like that again? Willing to admit you were wrong to leave without me? Come on, get up here. Is this like the princesses? Oh, it is Ferris. Ferris! Which one of you decided to maroon me back there? Oh, who cares? Try it again and you'll swing from a yardman. Yard arm. I'm dyslexic. But what happened? Why'd you come after us? I'm just not cut out for being a princess, I'm afraid. Powdering's much more my style. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah. So I want to have conversations from now on.
Ouch!
What's wrong?
Owie! I think I got a splinter. Don't worry about it.
Ferris joined the party. Ooh. Just nod at each other and then yeah. And then we all jump on a singular chocobo. Kryle, are you okay? Alright, by RPG logic, Kryle probably has some terrible poison. And we need to fix it. Ooh, cave. Cave, oh, okay, cave is my only choice. Cool. For some reason, like, I look at the map and I see the white parts, or the lighter parts, as the traversable parts as opposed to the darker parts, even though, like, obviously I know that's not correct. Boko, I think this is going to be a little too dangerous for chocobos. You stay here, okay?
Okay, everyone, these otters need to get some sleep. Take care, Tony Otter. Get some rest. Thank you for hanging out.
Oh, are we seeing Turtle Man? Oh no. Guido. Alley-oop. Oh, thank you. I suppose you can be helpful after all. The shock of the two worlds merging sent everything topsy-turvy, including me. I'm a bit too old to do much on my back, Iru. What do you mean, worlds merging? I see you're just as slow on the uptake as before. It's an ancient legend, but I had never imagined it was true. According to this legend, 1,000 years ago, Bart's world and Kryle's world were one and the same. Oh, the same? Seems there's quite the echo in here. But why did the world split? To seal the void. The void? I fear no matter how often I allude to your ignorance, my dry wit just goes over your head, so I will simply explain. 1,000 years ago, there existed Ennuo, a presence of the strongest evil. Ennuo created the void and possessed the power to control it. After a long and harrowing battle, the people were able to defeat Ennuo using the 12 legendary weapons. However, the void could not be erased. As a last resort, the people split the crystals into two. To maintain balance, the world split into two as well. The void was sealed within the space between the two worlds, a place called the interdimensional rift. That means X-Death was telling the truth. He really did want to return the world to how it used to be. However, without the crystals, the wind's power will never return. Nor will that of earth, fire, or water.
Ow! Oh, this spinner really hurts.
That's a log. Oh shit! X-Death! I turned myself into a tiny splinter, waiting for just this moment. Now you can understand my true goal, to take the sealed power of the void for my own. What? Why do you think I merged the worlds together? Jesus. Yeah, me too. Oh no. Thanks, Eric. I try. Oh. Now that the two worlds are one, the interdimensional rift is emerging, along with the void that was sealed within it. Wait, slow down. Are you saying that this void, whatever that is coming here? Yes, the void shall be released from its 1,000-year prison and into my keeping. The matchless power of the void will be mine. Not a chance, X-Death. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, turtle. Castle Tycoon. Lena. Oh, shit.
Oh, there's 2 dragons though now. We can have more wind drakes.
If we don't get sucked into the interdimensional rift? Behold, isn't it beautiful? Gaze upon the unlimited power of the void. Watch as it engulfs all in its path. Soon it will belong to me. Lena, Exdeath, you... Peons, tremble before my might. I'll enjoy turning you inside out. Die! Oh, turtle power. Turtle. Oh my god. Oh, he's a badass. I should have given him a cooler voice. Not bad for a reptile. You think I sat around 7 centuries munching on pizza? Perhaps you should have taken the chance. You shall find no such tasty diversions in the afterlife. Oh my god, I can't handle this. Oh my god, no, Turtle Bro's gonna die. Damn it. Peons, tremble before my might. You gotta practice your ha-has, Jack, alright? And your oh-ho-hos. Oh, he's alive! Oh my god! Someone's alive! Oh, my aching shell. Guido, you okay? Exdeath, that cur. He must be stopped before he obtains the full power of the void, or... By Jove, what's that? Just the Library of the Ancients. The Library of the Ancients? My dear boy, have you any idea what an important place that is? No, it's full of really big evil books and you gotta fight them. Oh, of course you don't. To think that the Library of Ancients was here the whole time. Follow close, children. Within the library is a book that will tell us how to defeat Exdeath. It's like a... I actually don't know who Jove is. It's just a phrase. I want to save. Sage Guido. Oh-ho! Scholars from Surgate. We found the second half of the sealed tome. Perfect. Oh yeah, we had a sealed tome and it was only half. Now we have the whole sealed tome. Okay, alright. This makes sense. Oh, shit. You made... That's fancy. Now, let us begin the strategy meeting. Hi, Mr. Smith. How you doing? As you've probably noticed, the 2 worlds have recombined into one. Furthermore, the void is trying to break free from where it has been sealed within the rift. Then we better hurry there and stop it. Don't be so headstrong, lad. Along with the void, many fearsome monsters were also sealed in the rift a millennium ago. They are all unimaginably evil, and incredibly strong. I feel safe in saying that as you are now, you kids wouldn't stand a chance. Then what do we do? Elementary, my dear Barts. Use the legendary weapons that helped defeat Enuo 1,000 years ago. Legendary weapons? Sometimes I wonder if you say things like this to spite me. Yes, the 12 legendary weapons. They are weapons. They are legendary.
There are even 12 of them.
Now that we have both halves of the... Sorry, I like it. Alright, now that we have both halves of the sealed tomb,
If all goes according to legend, and I'm certain it will, the book will show us the way.
the book. They did, and it's great.
It is written, when nothing's power again does peak, the warriors of light this book shall speak. The book begins to speak. Following Enuo's defeat, the weapons of legend were sealed within Castle Kuza. To break the seals, the 4 tablets must be assembled. One rests alongside spirits of the past, blessed by soil.
Excuse me, I'm not gonna remember this. Hello. Cool, thanks.
One rests within an island shrine kissed by wind.
Oh, wind shrine.
One rests beneath the ocean's floor engulfed by flames. One rests beyond the river's torrent protected by water. These 4 tablets are the keys that will break the seals, but standing guard beside them are our servants. If the tablets are moved, our servants will awaken. The ultimate spells of white and black, the magic of time and space, Meteor, the ruler of the seas, Leviathan, and Bahamut, king of dragons. Present this book before each gate, and the way to the seals will be opened.
Receive sealed tomb.
Go, unseal the 12 legendary weapons before Exeth gains the power of the void. We are all counting on you. The first tablet, blessed by the soil and the spirit of the past. Eureka! It must be the pyramid in the desert of the shifting sands. Varys, Cryo, even you, Barts, you must go at once. The future of the world depends on it.
Okay, so this must be as far as I got when I was like 14 and I played this game, because it mentioned Bahamut, and I think I just went to Bahamut and I died, and I was like, this is bullshit, and I never played it again. Alright, I'm glad I took a picture of that. Remember when you used to get walkthroughs from GameFAQs, all in one WordPad document with Aussie art at the start? You still get that shit. That's... some of that's still really good, like, information. Let me finish this. Okay. Props for that one. Oh my god. Alright. Go to Pyramid. Jesus. It will take time for Exeth to gain full control over the void. So, on the map, this point is the Library of the Ancients. And when you lay one world over the other like this, I see. Fascinating. When the crystals were split into 2, the world was divided as well. They certainly had to go to extreme measures to seal the void. Oh. Thanks. If the 2 worlds have overlapped, then the sealed castle of Kuza should be located east of Toul. I wonder, will the world be engulfed in darkness? If so, how shall we read? That work, Lurk?
I'll read to you from the sealed tome.
Is it the same stuff? Okay, yeah. Break the seals, tablets. Oh, I need tablets for my weapons. Pass blessed by the soil. Island shrine kissed by wind, flames, water. Okay. Okay, thank you.
With the power of the 12 legendary weapons, you should be able to destroy Exdeath for good. Hackneyed as it may sound, you must go and save the world. I will.
It says here that a town got trapped between the dimensions. 1,000 years ago, they sold fantastic weapons and magic. Say, now that the interdimensional rift has reappeared, I bet the town has come back as well. Hey, let's go to Crazy Town. Professor Sid and Mid went to Crescent Island some time ago, but have yet to return. Once the worlds became one, the sealed tome became whole as well. So Exdeath's true form is that of a tree, and he transformed himself into a splinter. Fascinating. Evil, yes, but all this fighting is just beating a dead horse. Even if we defeat Exdeath, it doesn't change the fact that the crystals have been shattered. Good point! Thank you, depressing man. According to the texts, foul beasts were sealed within the rift, along with the forests and caves they were living in. Bro had to go and bring me down like that. Well, yeah, if you save the world's doomed. Thanks. Please, stop Exdeath from gaining the powers of the void. Perhaps I can help. I am able to read the sealed tome. Shall I read it to you? Is it the same? Yeah, whatever. Okay, it's the same thing. I don't know, maybe there's more information. Depressed man, just keep it real. Yeah, but you know what? Like, my friend just died, and then like I thought I was stuck in a different world, and now we've got wacky combined world. We're missing our princess. Everything's terrible. Depressed man needs to just cool it a bit. The 4 tablets are protected by gargoyles. I'm certain of it. Alright. Thanks. Mana's Paean. This melody's mysterious power increases the magical might of those who hear it. I think I've read this already, yeah. It is written here that the void is the birthplace of light. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Thanks! Yeah, Bryce is like, alright, cool. Alright. So we gotta find Sid and Mid. They did mention them. I don't need to go into library dungeon. Okay, alright. Oh! Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. Big. So I gotta go that way for pyramid stuff, but there's a town up here, right? If you're like, you've never played this, how do you know the music? Of course I know the music. Hey! This is, Castle, Sirgate! I was like, gate something. Now that the king won't be returning, it is more important than ever to protect the castle. Yeah, everybody's died. Yeah, all the previous super warriors died. That's depressing. All the scholars went to the building that appeared in the south. I mean, it's only a spoiler if you weren't... I'm playing the game! I'm gonna talk about stuff that happened! Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, I forgot! That's right, this castle was full of scholars, and that's why they have the other half of the tome, because it was literally in this castle. Ah, see, this makes sense. Alright, so there's no one in here and it doesn't matter. Okay. Old RPGs don't always make sense, where they're like, yeah, now it's a thing, just accept it. I'm like, okay. More scholars, and they have the other half of the book, sure. But this actually gives a reason, which is nice. You... I don't have a chemist. Ow. Okay, it's all the same stuff. Wizard hat? Oh yeah, because I have the gold hairpin on. Okay. Alright. Goodbye. No, 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 no. That was it? Oh, there's a thing over there. We're just gonna wander here for a minute. Oh, I get like the little the void ideas here. Okay, that's cute. Oh, I need Lena. If Lena's not dead. Hello. Which town are you? Karnak! Ah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Did you get better stuff? Okay. Some castle just appeared next to the Library of the Ancients. It did. Queen isn't doing so great. I hope she gets better soon. Sure seems like a lot. It's gotten colder lately. Yeah, well, the fire crystal's dead, so. The queen is upstairs, but she's been wounded. Does she know her castle is destroyed? She's still not okay? Oh. Global cool. Well, this is a lava castle that was like, you know, run on the fire crystal. That's gone now, so. The darkness! Don't come any closer. Okay, well, queen's still the same. I feel like this town is good and done. I guess I have to go do the thing without Lena, which is dumb. Yeah, I know the Chimera. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can I get to my airship? Probably not. Oh! Oh. Wind. Okay, wind is healing to him. He's strong. Oh, I forgot Lana was my beefy tank. Okay, let's do the sand stuff, I guess. Nothing up over here? Secreties? Oh, they give good APB. Needles. Let's go like run, I think. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'll just fight you guys. Oh, I was supposed to I was about to say, like, don't die, guys, but never mind. Stay right there for a sec. Hey, did you unplug? Yeah, you did. Okay. Let's go to the sand place. I keep forgetting you guys can hear that. Yes, that is my USB connect and disconnect sound. Sonic getting coins and then Sonic losing coins. Okay, bye. This looks suspicious. Guardian tree. Oh, hold on. The guardian tree. The forest is beginning to come back to life. Grandpa, why can't Grandpa come back to life? Lena, Papa. So many lives have been lost. We must stop X-Death. The people of this world need us. No, not only the people, but all life. Aye, too many sacrifices have been already made. Made already. I won't stand by while more lives are lost. Let's go. We have a world to protect. Oh, there was a bridge. Oh wait, stop moving? The sand currents have stopped.
I guess now that both the earth crystals have shattered, there's not enough power for it to move.
The land itself has grown weaker. Oops. Oh, gargoyles! I have to fight these. Crap. Yes. That is what we're saying. The Mona and Goliath! Oh my god. Is there anything to steal? Did I steal anything? These guys hurt for a lot. Haha! Sucker! Aww! I will use ADHD against every monster I can. I'd have to kill them both at the same time. I'm not set up to do that. Lightning? Animals? Ooh, like water scrolls. I can buy more scrolls again, that's good. Okay, I have no idea if that was a shtick or not, but it worked with both of them dead. I learned dual wield.
Look, the sealed tomb.
Tome, not tomb. Blessed by the soil and the spirits of the past, one tablet rests. Carry an attack with a weapon in each hand. Bows and harps cannot be dual wielded. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. I have to go through a pyramid with 3 people. Oh, Ferris. Alright. This map thing is cheating. I feel bad about it. snakes!
Estes.
Okay, I'm assuming they might poison. I was waiting for someone to say it. I was waiting for it. You didn't want to be that guy, but you had been. No, I don't. I'm not knocking it. Oh, did I master ninja? Oh, I mastered ninja. Ninja's cool though, so I'm gonna stay ninja for now. Oh, these have like no hit points. Gotcha. All the buttons. Eee. Oh, you know what? I feel like this place has passages. Monsters. The Damned. Oh. Okay, good enough. That didn't hurt them? Dark matter. I know that's for chemist? Okay, it's all monsters. Oof. Can do it. Bitch. Oh no! Okay. This is making me nervous. You guys sleep? Working 5 hours? Oh no, there, Robson, get some. Oh my god, get some rest. No, get more rest than that. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, okay. Don't do it. Alright. Jesus. Okay. I'm doing white magic in here because it's cheaper. Because for some reason the gold hairpin doesn't work outside of battle. You know, like a homeless man? Yeah, he always looks like a homeless man. I mastered equip bows. Okay, okay, good. I'm not gonna equip, but oh, there you go. Takes a second.
Here's some money.
Rustin, thank you. I appreciate it, and that there's actually a comment this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get some rest. Oh my gosh. Okay, more monsters. Oh. Anyway, thank you. Oh no! I wonder if... Can I do cheap stuff? I can't. I mean, that guy definitely looks like he's undead, so I'm gonna assume he is. He makes me nervous, so I'm gonna do this. Bye-bye. I didn't realize Cryo was so low on hit points. Crap. Oh, I should. Oh, maybe the Massidian one does, like status effects. These monsters in a box usually are like no joke, so okay. Dragon Fang. I got a white robe. Ooh. A robe made for those who use white magic. Which is literally everyone, I guess. Alright. Cryo. I think it's getting to the point where I think I need another mage. That's good. My defense is pretty low. You know what? I'm putting that on. Screw it. Alright. Sneaks. That's right, they have like no hit points. Don't do it. Oh, that's cheap, because I can sprint. These little dudes. Does this pyramid have random battles? Oh! Okay. Mummy. I don't want to fight these mummies. They hurt. Oh. I have no choice. Oh wait, I have things I can throw. Hey. Oh. Hey. I like that it gets taken out by squirrels. Okay, you guys should die, right? Okay. Is there... Oh, it's a room? Oh, it's a secret room. A thornlet. A cursed crown that gradually decreases the wearer's hit points, but prevents the sleep status. That sounds horrible. Who could wear this? What? Oh. Nobody. Okay. It's your crown of thorns. Lovely. Well, now there's snakes. Ugh. I was expecting more, like, monsters. Mecha head. Why are there robots in here? I like that this bow gives you rapid fire once in a while. That's kind of neat. Okay, he's got some decent hit points. Okay, cure? Cure. I'm going to put your steel back on, because I like it. An elixir? Okay. Yaha! I wonder if I can float over the spikes, too. Oh, let's go fight a mummy. How do you feel about water? Okay, fire definitely a lot more. Falcon? I've never seen Falcon, that's new. create like a save point or something, 'cause I am running out of magic. That's fine. Alright, that's up. Oh. Duh. God damn it, monsters! Ah, this guy, okay. Haste to Death, such a good spell. Yeah, open chests. Get assaulted by monsters. Thanks. Hey Marsh, how you doing? What's up? I think I can maybe... Yeah, I'll just stack them. How you doing? How was work? I'm good. I am exploring a pyramid after I merged two worlds together. You know, like people do. Black robe. A robe made for those who use black magic. Oh, okay. So your stamina goes down, but your magic goes up. No, I got like stamina. I think maybe I can confuse him? Hey, he's confused. Question mark. Ooh. Maybe I can... It didn't work before, but I'll try again. 8.5 hours of work? You work too much. Crap. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, I have Blink. Can I do it on... I can't. Can I make... Oh, can I make them tiny? I never ever tried this. No, okay. Okay, so I came in from down there. I need to go up there. Oh, there's a door in the middle that released snakes. Okay. Good to know. Are you guys fighting? Oh, thank you. I didn't go downstairs. There's a thing I missed. Okay. I'm gonna save, and if I get kicked out of this pyramid forever, I have to reload, because I want to know what's down at the place that I didn't do the things. Oh, no, there's more pyramid. Never mind. What? Ooh. Oh, there are random battles. Not me, a queen. Thornlet. Hey, you can steal more of those. Stop that. Oh no! Oh no, she got... Well, now I can learn that if I want. I would die. So I'm used to the mage being weak, but she has the Morning Star on, so she's actually really strong. Well, not really, but strong enough. There's secrets here. Ha! That's why this is why I became a thief. Originally. Okay, I need you to stop moving. Oh. Okay. Segment. These guys hit really, really hard. You may have defeated me, but my brother in the tower will... Gah! I'm not used to just normal enemies talking to me. That's not good. I knew it! I hate all these monsters. Oh, God. Water? The water one's cool. I like this one. More animals. Crap. Will that heal the stop? How about this one again? Flame? Because it doesn't hit your own team? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay. Hey! You're supposed to get a free lunch last Friday. You didn't get it until today. They were like a week late on your free lunch. Was it good at least? Black garb. Entirely black outfit imported from a faraway land. There are no faraway lands now. All the lands are combined. Everyone can wear it. Oh. Ordered our lunch as a team at work on Friday and they just didn't take your order. Oh, that's rude! Wow! Defense goes up a lot. Defense is 22, 17, 22. You're the one in front, so you should have this. Let's get you on Monday. Choose off work on Monday and Tuesday. Alright, this is not cool. I'm sorry. I have to go up there now. Okay. No. I don't know who this is. So then she asked if you wanted it yesterday. Oh, and they already ordered lunch for you. Okay. It's a harrowing adventure of just having some lunch. You wanted your tuna melt. Oh, I can't get in there because I don't know how to open this. No. So you finally got your tuna melt today? Well, I'm glad. Jeez. I'm hungry. Let's fight some snakes. Should die. Well, I'm glad it was worth the wait. I'm sorry you had to suffer. I am holding on to the lunch money. That is when I see something that I absolutely must have food-wise. It snowed today and it's been cold, so I haven't gone outside. If all else fails, I'll just go to the grocery store and be like, oh, that looks yummy. Yeah, steak, or less. Why? This is nothing but monsters. This is upsetting. I hate this. What's my fave go-to easy cheap meal? Mine? Butter noodles with Parmesan? I don't think I have a favorite go-to. I just eat what's around. Like today I had 4 crackers with cheese because I had a little leftover spreadable cheese. And then I had a small bowl of mashed potatoes. Oh shit. Oh, I was like, what's going on? Congo Jack, thank you. Thank you for the Prime. For 16 months.
Get over here.
Oh my gosh.
Damn longest streak I have on Twitch. Very nice.
Is that the longest? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing? Right now we're in a pyramid. Fighting monsters in treasure chests. Continuously. Yeah, so for me it's whatever's in my fridge. So I had that, and then I had like a little leftover bit of pasta from the other day. There we go. All the mummies are here, trust me. Right now I'm fighting the damned. They hit really hard. And I only have 3 party members. And, oh, dark matter. And I kinda need to, like, balance out my healing with my magic and just all that fun stuff. It's a whole thing, you know? Anyway, how are you doing? I don't know, I expected not monsters. Object the art objects. Bees. Oh god. I should have hasted me. makes me nervous. That makes me nervous too. Okay, electricity and lightning. Oh, okay, they can only cast it once. Oh shit. I like how this is a meme of a meme. It's like some weird meme inception. Oh my gosh, hold on, let me turn my music down. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes, Mr. Vic, Discord, Andreas, Bizarro Ham, Prophet, and Cardinal Stiefel. I probably pronounced that wrong. Anyway. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Ay. Come on. Wow. There you go. I appreciate that. I still think it's funny that I throw bees at... Like, I can throw bees at them. Any enemy that does, like, break or zombie makes me very nervous. Crystal armor. Ooh. Dazzling armor cut from crystal. Dragoon, Samurai, Berserker, Freelancer, Mystic Knight. My samurai. She's not here. Thinking. No snakes. It's like maybe if I hold still, I won't fight the snake. That's not it. There's probably a button I gotta find. How's my... You know what? I'm gonna go... Yeah. Just in case. The monsters in the box make me nervous. So they're always much stronger, usually, than normal enemies. And if I die, I don't want to do that all over again. Okay. Let's look for a button. So obviously that does something. Is there a button in this room? There we go. Oh yeah, that is loud, trust me. He keeps his phone, ringtone. Everything about him is loud. Fine, let's fight. Like, my ringtone is Waltz for ZZ, so half the time, like, if my phone's ringing, I'm like, what is this lovely sound? Look at this dude! He looks like E.T.! His face! I'm not interested. I don't want to deal with this shit. Turn off the sand. For how long? Oh, Rajiformes. Stupid. Why? It's 400? 460. How do you guys like water? If I see a new monster, I want to try to, like, fight it. Part of me is screaming to, like, try to do the bestiary stuff, but I think I already missed some things, so... Wait, was that other door open? Damn it! When the hell did it... No, 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 no! Oh no, never mind. Yes! Hooray! Monsters in a box, I'm assuming. I don't know when it almost became 8. I get very, like, engrossed in RPGs and time just flies. Just whoosh. It's the damned damned. No, 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 no. Animals. Animals. Oh my gosh, yes. You did what I wanted, thank you. How? Meow, meow. I mastered ninja. Ayy, I am a master ninja now. I got dark matter. I'm not in the position to switch his job at the moment, so we're gonna stick with legit. Yeah, okay, we're gonna stick with ninja for now. Okay. I need to put, like, smoke bomb on if I want to really escape. Is it gonna... I feel like... No matter which button I push, it's gonna push me down, but I need to make sure. Oh, yeah, get wrecked by bees. At least getting a buttload of money and XP. I don't know if buttload is the right word, but I am getting that, yes. Alright, distracting monsters is great. They really just... Big fan of that. So I'm getting, like, almost 5,000 XP. I'm getting levels. I'm getting a little less than 2,000 gil. So yeah, yes. Like, if I look at my money right now, I have 47,000 gil, which is great because I still have like 5 like level 5 spells I need to get, and they're 6,000 each, so there goes most of my money, or a good amount of it. Yeah. And then they said there's a town in the Rift, so I'm assuming with like super gear. So my assumption is I need a lot of money. So it's kind of forcing me to do this, and while it is annoying, it's also fine. You know, it's an RPG, I expect this kind of stuff. It's just these guys hit a little, they can hit a little hard. Oh no, I'm gonna finish this on stream. I mean, I should. That is the plan. I'm like, so now basically I think what I have to do is I have to do like the 4 things that they said I have to do. Oh, I need to look at my hit points. And then I can probably beat the game. More or less. Is there any new class for me in this game? Like that I haven't seen in any other Final Fantasy? Beastmaster, I didn't know about. Well, okay. I knew about it when I was like 14, but I forgot. So I don't remember Beastmaster. No, all the rest I recognize from Final Fantasy Tactics, more or less. So. Alright, let's fight more monsters. That's maybe. And I know that if you master all the jobs, then you unlock Mimic, which is supposed to be really good. Money! But that's a lot of work, and I don't think I'm gonna do that. These guys actually don't seem so bad. I'm just gonna beat them up. If we could have more of these enemies, that'd be great, thanks. They get a lot of gil. Alright. No, I don't want to fall down there. Backwards. Go forth, creatures of darkness. Me. Oh! No, 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 no. Run away! Why, she got no pants on? I don't know. It's warm? Okay, girl, you need to calm down. I don't know how, like, a time mage corresponds to throwing, like, comets at you, but I still like it. Cross the path that you're currently in comes right now? Yes. That's so correct. It's just a weird time mage thing. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Comets. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that looks like a safe, lovely treasure. Oh! So if I turn this... Oh, okay. It's super cheap, but alright. Monsters! I forgot. I was so excited. I still have the, like, oh, a treasure chest, yes! And it's like, wait, no, no, no. It's full of monsters. Gaia hammer. Do I already have that? I do. Yes, I've already had this. Oh, it sometimes causes an earthquake. That's cool. I don't know. Is I going this way? Oh shit, I do. Oh, it's not monsters, it's money. Hey, I got a cottage. Alright. It was like 75% monsters. Elixir! I did it! I thought there was gonna be a boss here or something. I shouldn't have taken off my smoke. Just let me run away. Just let me go. Just let me out. Thank you. Feels like 95%. Yeah, Did I like not need to go in here? Did I explore this entire place for no reason? Oh, I see. Her. Sorry, brain is mush. I'm hungry. I need some food. Oh, I will. I see. Upsy. Pyramid of More 8F. Do I, I gotta look at this for a minute, sorry. Okay. That stays steady, right? Yes, it does. Okay. Oh no! I got way too excited. Damn it. Don't worry. Okay. Alright, I got this. I am so good at this stuff. Great. Gentle pushes. Gentle. Okay, alright. Oh, see? Okay, alright. I got it. I know what I'm doing wrong. Don't worry. Yes. Shh. Don't worry about it. We're good. Okay, third is the charm. I have got this. I am good. God damn it. Okay. Oh, a ribbon. Is that the one I can stand on? Okay, I can stand on that. So I got a protect ring. Oh, I forgot I have a reflector too. Protect ring. Ring that automatically casts Regen on the wearer. My strength. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Gold hairpin. No! God damn it! Fuck! Sorry, I get too gusto-y with pressing the buttons. It's one tile. One, you know, one push is one tile. But then I get, like, excited, and then I push one tile too many, and then I fall off. That's all. I'm used to, like, more modern finessey games where you can, like, you know, scoot a little bit and it won't really matter. That's where my brain's at. It's my fault, obviously. There we go. I wonder if there's monsters in here. Strammer brain. No, I'm pretty... I like to blame it. Blame it? Blame it! Maybe it is streamer brain. Me no speaky. Monsters. I blame it on you. I feel like dark matter's important for something. Oh. Are these stairs? Oh, you shitty, stupid pyramid. Ah. Sorry. There's gonna be more monsters. Yay, Dark Manor! Woohoo. The damned are alluringly walking on their hands, with their booties to the skies. I know. But they're terrible and they hurt me and I don't like them. Is there a save point behind there? I don't know. I've been spanking their skyward asses this entire pyramid. If I never see damned booties again, I will be so happy. And snake queens and just... no more. There's no save point? Do I just get it? Obtain the first tablet. No, of course not. What's going on?
Oh. Look, something's written on the tablet. The Dragon King Bahamut. Huh? The peninsula! It's sinking!
No. Oh, here it comes. No! Run! Oh, thank God. I will await thee at the summit of North Mountain. Over there. It's the airship. I must poop my pants. Legitimately, I was like, oh god, I'm gonna die. This is so not fair. Oh. Get this tablet and go. Get out. Can I go back in here? Oh, I can. Okay. I will go down and do the stuff I didn't do. Another day. Not now. I need to save immediately. Oh. Now I can do it. Then I'll end stream. Oh, yes, we Gucci. And we're gonna just, not change jobs. Abilities. No. Did I not? What did I just put on him? I find passages on him. I meant to put smoke. I have so many things I want to do. I didn't go over here. Immediately gonna end stream. I didn't go this way when I first when I first got in here. So I wanted to see what I missed. Monsters, of course. Ugh. beautiful. There we go. Once they're distracted, they're easy. Ace shield. Well, no one can. Oh, achievement unlocked. Legendary warrior. Snakes. Snakes. Joke's on you, I don't need magic points for him. There you go. Ah yes, I feel you on the empty bladder. I'm definitely in the needing to go pee-pee club. Let's fight some mummies. Hello. There you are. Grand mummy? Okay. I don't know. He makes me nervous. Oh my god, Falcon is amazing! Do that again! Never mind. I sicked my badass Falcon on him. Did like 3,200 damage. I got a cursed ring. I like this cursed theme going on with all the monsters in the chest and the thornlet and the cursed ring. A cursed ring that casts doom on the wearer. Hey chat, do you know if this cursed ring is like Final Fantasy VI? Where like... Well, it's a cursed shield, I think, in 6. Where like if you do enough battles, it breaks the curse. Can you break this curse? Yeah, I think the cast chance for that is super low, but it's super awesome. Get me out of here. Okay. I can look it up later. Alright, so, because I'm gonna forget. Going back to the library of ancients. Oh, oh. Not 5?
Listen, it's a windrake.
Yes! It's Lena! Lena, are you okay? Come on, wake up, say something!
This body belongs to me.
Lena! What the?
I summon you, fell beast, from your millennium-long prison between the dimensions. Go forth, Melusine.
X-Death! All that was once sealed inside the rift is now mine to command. Lena, stop, please.
Lana!
Face destruction at your friend's hands. Death. Please excuse me for a moment. I have a turtle infestation to take care of. No, don't hurt Turtle Sensei. Oh no! 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 I know! You asshole! I like that turtle. Soon, very soon, the power of the void will be mine completely, and the entire earth will kneel before me. Lana, stop. No! Why? Sacrificing himself, Hiryu attacked. The demon is expelled from Lena's body. Now! You asshole. You sexy asshole. God damn it. I don't have steel! Sorry. I'm very upset at all of this. I just saved, I could reset. Right? Okay. Nothing? Okay. How about you don't move? Yeah, eat shit. Oh, you still move. Didn't even work. God damn it. How do you like Comet? I can't hurt this girl. Okay, Comet. How do you like? Nope. Has this spray been? I don't think so. I don't. Okay, that alright, yeah, lightning heals her. Cute. I mean, I don't. Barrier change. Oh, I see. Gotcha. It's one of these. Alright, well. Oh no, that was such a good one though! Lightning should be fine now? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Oh my god, she's distracted. How do you feel about, just being attacked? It doesn't matter. This is gonna take forever. This is gonna take forever. I ain't got any more elements than that. That's it. Just defend. Oh my god, I can't beat this lady. Screw you and your barrier change. But, oh, that does it for like 2 turns. I guess I could throw shit at her. Burnt remains of unknown origin? I don't feel like I should throw that though. You gotta do the trailer for the new Harry Potter movie. Oh my god. No, it's okay. I'll look it up later. It's not a big deal. A knight that sometimes blocks enemies' attack. How do you like that? Even when they can damage, so. What? You can't not take damage from Comet? Sorry. So, Comet didn't hurt you? Question mark? That's okay, don't worry about it, OJ. I'll figure it. Okay, Comet does hurt her. Would you like a, how about a coral sword? No, you like lightning. Never mind. Or a lookalookum dirk? No, why would that hurt you? Would you like to eat shit? How about a hammer? I could throw a hammer at you. Here. Got anything else I could throw at you that's, God damn it! Can I break you? Do I have break? Stop attacking me. I don't think... Is that a Black Mage spell? Can I make you tight? Can I confuse you? Okay. How about I gravity you? I forgot about gravity. Sometimes this hurts you, which is good. But if anything else, I don't know. Fire. Fuck. Why would a falcon miss? That is so stupid. Sloga? Can I make you slow? Okay. Can I... What? Oh, she doesn't attack though. Let's try that one more time. Come on. Damn it. Oh, she does attack. I mean, maybe I'll just slowly whittle away. Very, very slowly. One day I will defeat her, bitch. That was terrible. Extra MP plus 10%. Oh, that's a lot of AP. ABP. Lena. Parts. Lena! Sarissa, Cryle, the castle. We were... The darkness, it... We know. Don't try to speak. Lena, join the party! I've got my muscle back. Thank you. All my items. God damn it. Oh, I have a lot of money though. Never mind. Yay! We got a... There we go. Oh, Lena, I got so many nice things you might like. Like, I've got ice shields. I swear I got crystal armor. Yeah. I got Genji gloves, which does something. Paralysis and Toad. Oh, I already had that. I thought I had other stuff that was cool. Oh well, whatever. I have one cool thing, I guess. You're like, all the stuff I got you. I found it and you weren't there and I couldn't give it to anybody. Aww. My turtle friend's gone. I hope she didn't have anything amazing to steal because I definitely didn't have steal on me yet then. Alright, I gotta save. Were there always 2 scholars in here? Please stop X-Death from gaining the powers of the void. No. Oh, okay, it's scholars that, like, escaped. I like the turtle. What? Potions. I need potions. Two. So much money! I hate it. Ugh. Get me out of here. Wait. Yeah, get me out of here. Ugh. What you got to say? We're the only ones who were able to make it back to Surgate Castle. If the 2 worlds have overlapped, then the sealed castle of Kulia. Yeah, okay, I got you. Whee! Okay. I need to stop playing the game. And I am going to do that. I got a boat! After I get a boat. We can enter the interdimensional rift near where Castle Tycoon used to be.
We have to hurry. It won't be much longer before X-Death gains the full power of the void.
Bokito said we hadn't the power to fight him and win. We'll need the 12 legendary weapons first, and they're in the sealed castle of Kuza. There's no time to waste. Get the weapons. Airshaw. They said none could control the infinite power of the void. Pathetic fools. Power of the void, heed my call. Reveal your true form. Go forth and destroy everything. Show how absolute your power really is. Okie dokie. No. Oh no!
All the towns are being sucked into the void.
X-Death, stop! Oh no, no moguls! No! No, no! Put that back!
Cabal! Cabal! Cabal!
I hate this game, I'm never playing it again. How dare. Yeah, I was too. Arts, help! I think it's funny that it literally leaves like just a void. This is awful. Even a tiny place like Lix, Bart's hometown.
How could anyone do such a thing?
Ah! I mean, I'd be molding too. I am molding. They took my moogles. You're supposed to... Okay. Bart, stop! Get a hold of yourself. No! Oh my god, thank you Aries for the 50 bits. Oh no. Oh, I got honked at. Hold on. I keep meaning to not be playing anymore, but I keep playing. Can I go in here? No. The timing was amazing. They stole my moogles, and I am not pleased about this at all. I'm gonna kill X-Death just because he stole the moogles. Finish Final Fantasy V tomorrow at stream? Yeah, I have to see. I have a nagging feeling that it's not gonna happen, but if it does, I was thinking if I can stream, then I was just going to continue. I was gonna continue playing this game. Oh. Oh, I don't have healing water. The game's unplayable. Oh, shit. Hey, how you doing, Aries? What's up? I am so... Ugh. At least I can fly now. Oh, you know... Oh, no. I don't know what weapons I want. I haven't decided what people are going to be. Also, I need to find Mid and Sid. This Crescent Island group is now... That's suspicious. Hold on, I'm just curious. Fork Tower. No. Okay. Oh, town. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. Trying to be happy. Been down this week, but you're good? You're allowed to be down. Helps if you know why you're down. It sucks when you're down and you have no no idea why. That's the stuff that drives me nuts. Well, I hope you, not cheer up, but I hope you feel better. Whatever it is, you know? And if not, then just, do stuff to make you happy and comfy and eat something nice and all that, you know? Oh, this is Galif's place. Okay. I know it's not the, it's obvious advice, but sometimes it helps just kind of having it reinforced. Alright, so I will try to stream tomorrow. It's 50-50. If I do, I'll probably just continue Final Fantasy V. And I promise not to do anything too crazy plot-wise if I play this off stream.